Hello, and thank you for checking out my Dishonored 100% very hard difficulty, no damage run. If you're using this run as a guide or walkthrough for your own playthrough, following my strategies and approach will get you the Ghost, Shadow, Clean Hands, and mostly Flesh and Steel achievements in a single playthrough. The criteria for this run was the health bar could not drop below 100% from the moment you take control of your character until the game is completed and the credits roll. 100% was defined as collecting all runes, bone charms, outsider shrines, Sokolov paintings, and coins from each level. At no time during this run were restarts or reloads allowed if damage was taken, nor could a save state be used to avoid damage, avoid being seen, or manipulate enemy spawns and positioning. If any of these conditions were not met, a complete restart of the game was required. For a more in-depth breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. So with all that out of the way, sit back, relax, and enjoy the run. So if you've watched any of my other no damage runs with commentary, you'll know that for the most part, I tend to elaborate on strategies, approach, things of that sort. And in most of my runs, that's pretty consistent across the board. It's pretty constant commentary. Dishonored is unique in that the game has very high requirements of strategy and nuance and approach in some sections, and then almost none in other sections, because everything's very straightforward and pretty simple to get through. So as I go through the commentary for this run, there are going to be sections where I'm just not speaking, and so everything that you're seeing there is just going to be straightforward. What you're seeing me do, if you copy that, you'll be successful. In other areas, there's going to be a lot of talking for the strategy explanations, for the nuance and the small little details that you would need to know to get through those sections. So I just wanted to be sure to go ahead and explain that now before we get into the commentary, because there are going to be sections where I'm just not talking, and that's the reason why. So I'm going to go ahead and go quiet, and I'll pipe back up as soon as I get to the first combat encounter.
She'll see you at once.
They're sick people, not criminals.
We've gone beyond that question, Your Majesty.
They're my citizens, and we will save them from the plague if we can. All of them.
Very well.
We will not speak of this again.
Mother, Corvo is back.
Thank you, Emily. Leave us, please.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Corvo. 2 days early. Full of surprises, as usual.
It's a fair wind that brings you home to me. What news have you brought?
Follow me.
I hoped that one of the other cities had dealt with this before, knew of some cure. This news is very bad. We're at the breaking point. Cowards. They're going to blockade us. They'll wait to see if the plague turns the city into a graveyard.
So the combat encounter that's about to occur is the only point in time in this run where I'm allowed to kill someone, and it won't count against the Ghost or the Clean Hands achievement. The way that I'm going to approach this is simply to take it slow, be very defensive, and hold block and wait until the enemies attack. The reason why I have to do this after each shot is because the damage from the pistol is not consistent. So one shot on an enemy doesn't guarantee a kill. It's very, very rare that that does happen, but it can happen. So I have to take the approach of shooting and then blocking in case that enemy doesn't die. Then they'll hit the sword and I'll be protected from damage.
You should eat, Corvo. This meal comes from a friend.
So many people are coming to...
execution tomorrow.
It's on account of Corvo, the one who killed the Empress and abducted her daughter, Emily.
That bastard. He
So
used
it's
to
an
spit
occasion.
my food.
Right. A social event for the high and mighty. Come see the noble Lord Protector get his head chopped off.
They're as bad as us betting on the dogfights.
Attention. The solitary...
So as I move to the left here, I want to be very aware of where this rat is. If the rat is too close to where the soldier in front of me is patrolling, he will turn to step on the rat, and that could potentially get me seen. So as I go through there, I just need to make sure that if he is too close, that I've got cover, and I'm not going to get seen if that guard turns around.
Cracked skulls, lazy bastards.
If they don't want to work, they don't get their ration of elixir. It's that simple.
The military or the plague? Life is hard.
So as soon as I grab this out of the safe, I'm going to pick up this bottle, and I'm going to use this to stall out this soldier from walking down the corridor. The reason for that is if I don't do that, then he'll walk down this staircase, and he'll get close enough to the guard that's down there to make it such that I can't easily choke him out without being seen.
Stupid goddamn.
Attention. The solitary wing is off limits to maintenance.
I can smell you
By
from
an
here.
officer of the watch.
Another patrol.
Escort through the solitary
Corvo's
wing
execution
must
is
be scheduled in
tomorrow,
advance
right?
with 1
Yeah,
week's
but
notice.
everything has to be set up today.
I can't wait to see his head roll. Not everyone did, but I really like the Empress.
All right, so taking out the 3 enemies that are in this area are fairly straightforward, but there is a timing component to this. As long as you do this in the way that I do it, and you do it as fast as I do it,
Longer do I have?
then the enemies will always be in the same positions that you see here. So I don't have to peek through the door to make sure this guy's not looking at me, because I know he's going to be turned away from the door in that position, just from the experience of doing this over and over and over again. So my point here is, as long as you're fast enough and you're doing what I'm doing, you should be able to get through this area without any problems.
The personnel assigned to the event and approved dignitaries only.
So this main corridor here needs to be free of enemies, because once I blow a hole in the wall to escape, then there are going to be enemies that spawn in and run down this corridor. Originally, I wanted to complete this run with 0 bodies found throughout the level. However, it became obvious to me that in some levels that's not possible if you're trying to do a ghost run. And then the game can also bug in such a way where as you take out enemies and those bodies despawn, sometimes they'll despawn and they'll be seen, quote unquote, even though no enemy actually saw them. So with that being said, I do still try on every level to complete it as if no bodies are going to be seen and that bug isn't going to happen. And in fact, I think in this run, there's only 1 mission that bugged out where there was a body found that shouldn't be found. And you'll just have to take my word for that. I know that it shouldn't have happened just from experience, but it did, which is a little unfortunate, but it's okay. It doesn't play into any of the achievements, so. Alright, so once I place the bomb on the door, I'm going to step behind this trash bin. That's just to block the damage from here. No matter what, the screen is going to go red. But I haven't taken any damage. It doesn't matter where you stand in this room. The screen will still go red there. And obviously, if you step too close to the door, then you will take damage. But if you want to verify you haven't taken damage, just try to heal yourself. And as long as it doesn't allow you to do that, assuming you do have a heal potion, then you'll know that you didn't take damage.
Use some kind of explosive to blast his way out. That doesn't happen by accident.
So as I crouch down here, you're going to see me doing this bunny hop speedrunning technique. That's just to get through this area slightly faster. Absolutely not required, but I do want to point it out because it could be confusing why I'm doing that.
Doesn't the elixir prevent it?
Maybe. Either way, let's just dump them down there. Let the rats eat them.
Attention Dunwall citizens. The assassin Corvo, responsible for the murder of our fair empress and the disappearance of Lady Emily, heir to the throne, has temporarily escaped state custody. Any evidence as to his whereabouts must be delivered to the City Watch at once.
Won't get past me, sir.
Do you know who we're hunting here? Don't try to take him out alone.
But what if no one from the squad is around?
Then try to make a lot of noise when you die. Knock something over if you can.
Best.
Alright, so for the last set of coins I need, they're in a chest that's under the water. And there are some fish down here, and the fish can do damage to you, so I like to, at least for this one, I like to shoot the gun to try to push them away from the area so that it buys me a little bit more time to go down into the water, get the items, and come back up without being hit. However, it is very possible to just go in the water there and you just get hit. Luckily, it's very early on, a little bit over 15 minutes at this point. So if you do get hit and you have to restart the run, it's not that big of a deal. So throughout the game, we'll visit the Hound Pits pub quite a few times. And every time that we visit, it will have a number of coins populated throughout the level. And the only way for you to really know how many coins are in each level is to either use one of the powers that allows you to see them, which I can't use because if I do that, then I can't get the Mostly Flesh and Still achievement. Or you have to use like a guide. So you're going to have to take me at my word that I get all of the coins, because unlike the missions where at the end it will show you how many coins out of some total you got, every time you visit the pub, there is nothing like that, except for the last time in Mission 8. So you'll just have to take me at my word. There are guides out there you could go and look at to verify that I'm getting everything here. I've already done all that legwork, but I did just want to bring that up. You're going to see me running around getting stuff, but you're not going to see a total number of coins gathered at the very end. So I just wanted to point that out. Now to get some of these coins, I'm going to have to go into the water, and to do that safely, I'm going to have to take out the fish that are here. And this can be a little hard before I get the ability to zoom in with the mask. So I've got to kind of like find the right angle where I can see them. Because of the lighting and how it reflects off the surface of the water, it can be very, very difficult to actually see not only the fish, but when you've shot them. Luckily, when you shoot them, there's a very distinct sound difference than when you shoot and you miss. So listening for that sound does kind of help verify. Everything else here, though, will be fairly straightforward. There will be one more section in a minute where I've got to kill one of the fish to make sure I can get into the water safely. But other than that, I do want to mention there are several points when you're visiting the pub, the various times that you come here, that are attached to what we call points of no return. So what that means is if you go and you sleep, for example, and you don't collect certain coins or items, they will despawn and you will not be able to get them. So the way that I get things when I visit the pub are very specific to that end, that I get things to ensure that they don't despawn whenever I go to sleep. So if you're following this for your own playthrough, make sure that you stick to what I'm doing, unless you're already aware of the specific items that can despawn. If that's the case, you can do it however you want, but if you're not aware of that, just do what I do here, exactly how I do it, and you will get all of the coins.
Attention, citizens of Dunwall. The Old Port District has been added to the evacuation list. The weeper
Oh,
count
my.
for the month of
Excuse me.
siege has increased.
Ah,
The
you
Lord
tell
Regent
me.
has decreed that plague
We can continue this later, Lord Pet.
in effect
Yes.
through the month of
Hiero's
rain.
as much an artist.
Stay alert
Mission.
and stay loyal.
He's going to be crafting the gear you'll need.
I'll be crafting your weapon. Can you get a new tank from upstairs, please, while I hold this in place? Be careful. The oil's unstable. When it explodes, there's a terrible mess. Perfect. Now plug it in. Perfect. Thank you, Corvo. Here, sit down. Tell me what I can make for you. You must be exhausted. I advise that you get some sleep. Your life will get even more difficult soon. You should rest while you can. Sleep well.
Hello. Days that how you use what I
there is any sign of blood on the eyelids or cheeks, you must notify one of the city watch. Early stages of the plague involve coughing and fever, and can often be remedied through the liberal consumption of Sokolov's elixir. Once bleeding from the eyes occurs, death is inevitable. All suspicions of plague, regardless of severity, must be reported.
Well, let's get down to it. Another thing. Campbell is holding a former overseer.
Oh, Corvo? If you've a moment. Corvo.
Just wondering, sir, if you thought about perhaps seeing Piero before venturing into the Overseer's nest. I'd recommend going with the best gear you can get together. Ready to go? Just give the signal. It'll be a rough trip. Used to be to go straight up Clavering Boulevard, but now it's not so easy. Half the city's dead of the plague. The other half's fighting over what's left. City Watch still holds the bigger streets, and they've set up those wall of light checkpoints. A man walks through one of those, and he ends up burned to a crisp. Everything not controlled by the City Watch is gang territory. Then there are the real odd birds living on the fringes, like that Granny Rags. They say she's nuts. Don't know which is worse. Just take your pick.
No, it's nearly midnight. But easy, damn it. Keep him in the boat. Canal's got enough shit in it as it is.
Hey!
What is it?
I think that last one was moving.
What?
Yeah, the little one.
Not possible. I inspected them myself. Keep working.
Well, he ain't moving no more.
So up ahead, I'm going to get my first bone charm. And for those who don't know, the bone charms are completely RNG based. So every time you go into a level, into a mission that contains a bone charm, the game will randomly decide what all bone charms are going to be for that specific run through the level. Meaning that if you ran through the level and you got a bunch of bone charms and then you replayed that level, you would likely get all different ones. So because of that, I can't really strategize like when I get bone charms and create strategies based on that, because I never know what I'm going to get. However, there are certain things that I'm looking for, and so when I find those, I'll equip them. When I find better things, I'll unequip something else and equip that in. So I do want to bring that up. As you see me go through here, just because I'm getting a bone charm and I'm able to equip it and use it for the rest of the run, that doesn't mean it's part of any strategy or that it's required to do anything. It's just, it's useful, and I was lucky enough to get it at that point in time, and so I'm using it. And so I just wanted to point that out. Now for the next section, this is probably the hardest part of this level. Simply because you need to get money off of each one of these 3 guards. And there's lots of ways to do this. The one that I've seen most commonly used in the Dishonored community works if you're doing something not like this run, but when you're doing something for this run, you need something that's more consistent. So the most consistent thing that I found was to throw this well oil all the way at the back left, which will pull all 3 of the guards all the way to the far back of this area. What this accomplishes is that it gives them time to search and then put their weapons up without getting close to me. And that's very important because when they're searching, enemies have a more heightened sense of awareness. It's easier for them to see you than when they're not searching. So as long as they're searching away from me and they put their swords up before they walk past me like this, I'm safe. If that guard would have walked past me while he was searching with his sword out, he would have seen me under this train. So that's the difference there, to give you an example of how their heightened sense and search works. So if you're doing this, I highly suggest using this method as a 100% guarantee every single time that you will get through this without any issue. If you do it some of the ways I've seen from the Dishonored community, your possibility of being seen, your chance of success will vary. It's not a guarantee. So, and just wanted to point that out and explain why I'm doing it this way, because it might not be truly evident just from watching.
Seen anybody with signs of the sickness?
Attention, Dunwall citizens. The following businesses have been closed and impounded by the state due to contamination. Barrow's Barbershop and Surgery, the Duke and Dancer Ale House, Merritt's Printing Firm, Pennyworth's Tack and Saddle Emporium, and the Smoke Street Dice Hall.
Give a rat's ass. Really don't. They took my uncle's business over there. Stricture.
So once I get done getting all of the stuff in this room, I'm gonna do a bit of a skip. It's like a dialogue skip. So there's a couple that's up ahead and they're chatting, and normally you'd have to go to the door and wait for them to get done. However, breaking this window of the door by throwing 2 objects at it will automatically break them out of that conversation, and it won't allow it to occur. So that's why when I get to this door, they automatically start pathing away. If you don't do that, then when you get to that door, you're going to have to sit there and wait 30 seconds or whatever it is for that conversation to finish. And then you would be able to walk forward. So it's a little bit of a skip, but I did want to explain how it works and why I'm doing it. Now, as I head down to the first floor, if you've done everything as I have and you do everything as quickly as I do here, then this will always be consistent and you don't have to worry about the 2 guards that are down here pathing around. Well, I guess it's 3. It's about to be 2 though, because the rats are going to go eat one of them. Now, with the way the game works, if like rats go and kill somebody, that doesn't count against me because I opened the door to allow them to go. It would only count against me if like I knocked one of them out and left him on the ground and then the rats went and killed him. So as long as I haven't interacted with the NPC, then whatever happens to them is not a result of my hand and does not count against me. So letting the rat go and attack that guy doesn't do anything to mess up the ghost or the clean hands achievement.
Stupid rat.
what we heard.
It was just a cold.
Are you sure? Because you know we have to check you over. And there's an inspection fee.
To the void with Bottle Street or to the void with you. Let me out.
Oh, you don't want to talk to us like that.
Fact is, Bottle Street is here to take its cut. So reach into your pockets and let's get this done.
Yeah, and the inspection fee. We can't help it. Just the way we do things on Bottle Street.
Anyone there? I'm trapped.
I owe you, brother. Huh?
Are sad. I told you the knives go on the left. They've always gone on the left. You never listen.
You're on your way to...
No, that's not a nice thing. Just garbage. Garbage. Dear?
Let us in, Freddy.
The knives go on the left. They've always gone on the left. You never listen.
Alright, so to take out the gentleman callers, I think is what they're called, for Granny Rags, I need to wait until the dialogue reaches a point where the first guy closest to the door turns around to have a conversation. Once that happens, he'll turn back around. So there he is turning around. He'll turn back around and that will allow me to go forward. The way that you have to do this is very specific and I don't know why. I don't know if this is bugged or if it's coded by the developers to work this way. But you can always take this guy out with no problem. However, earlier I went and I unlocked the door. If I do not unlock the door before I do this, then when I go to grab this second guy, the first guy will always turn around and see it. However, because I unlocked the door, I don't know whether he bugs and like glitches through the door or if he opens the door and then closes it real quick. It's really hard to tell because I'm like choking a body and it's in my way. But for whatever reason, if you do that series of events, then he will always go through the door. And that will allow me to be able to take out all three silently without ever being seen. I tried many different ways of doing that. And that was the only way that ever worked. And again, I don't know why you have to do it in that way. But you absolutely have to unlock the door before you go out to engage them. Otherwise, when you go to choke that second guy, the one closest to the door will always turn around and see you.
I told you. I hope you like the little... Oh.
Shadows in front of him. That guy down? Ain't he just a boss? Like Slackjaw? This is swords with crazies, does rituals they like. bone charts and such. You sound great. I am. Touched by the outside.
Don't be sour.
When Slackjaw comes down.
Not till the next batch of elixirs.
You want to check on the food? Then you better get all your shit together, huh?
Everything's fine. I run the still like I run a game of Nancy.
Yeah. Not that. Picked up anything good? Blow off, Chopper.
So for this takedown that I'm about to do, this is a very precise takedown. There's 3 different ways you can take this guy out. I go with this one because it's the one that was given to me. But you'll notice that the way that I grab him, I'm using that part of the pipes or whatever to line of sight the 2 enemies that are in the conversation. So that is a very, very precise takedown. If you're going to do it that way, you need to make sure that you're standing in the right spot. Otherwise, if you're a little bit too far out on either side, they'll be able to see you. Now, I want to get through this area as quickly as I can because the 2 enemies that are in conversation, I do not want them to finish that conversation before I'm ready for them to. So I choose to go this path. It's the easiest way to get up and around without being seen. But I am on a clock here, so to speak. So I need to take this guy out quickly enough and get into the next area so that they don't finish their conversation. Wherever they are in their conversation, once I get to a certain point beyond it, they'll just freeze. And then once I'm done in this area and I go back, they'll just pick right back up where they left off. And you'll see why that's important in a moment.
That's an East letter, Rodney. Okay, I got one for you. Well,
All right, so essentially what you're going to see here, because it's going to happen very, very quickly once it happens, is when these two get done with their conversation, you can see right under my reticle, if you use the circle of my crosshair as like a clock, then at like the 4 or 5 o'clock position, there's like some rubble. And so what will happen is these two will finish their conversation and they'll start to walk to the right. The second guy out of the two, when he touches the edge of that rubble that's at like the 4 or 5 o'clock position, I'm going to sleep him and then quickly sleep the other one. I have to do it at that point in time because at that point they're as far away from each other as they're going to be. And that creates a distance such that they can't be alerted. Like the first one won't be alerted by the second one getting put to sleep. So there is a very precise timing here. And so you'll see as soon as he gets to it, I take him out, take that one out. And now I can go down and safely loot them. But I did want to explain how that works because the timing is very, very tight there.
I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Now I can stroll along the waterfront in peace. And don't think I've forgotten your little gift. Go on upstairs, dear one.
All right, so this area is very interesting. This section, this encounter is complete RNG. So what usually happens is the two enemies on the left end up killing the one on the right. However, I've had it happen where only one of the two on the left get killed, and I've also had it happen where the one on the right kills both of the two on the left. So my point is, this is a really random encounter. So the approach is, if there's only one that's left, obviously you can just sleep them. Or you could go down and choke them out. However, when this happens, which is what usually happens, then one of the enemies will path down the alley and the other one will kind of hover in the area where they killed this guy. So you'll want to deal with them in the way that I'm doing now, where you can sleep one, grab the other, or sleep both of them. Whatever your approach, it doesn't matter, but you would want to take them out in that way when they're kind of divided up like that. So the strategy I use here is a little risky. You have to be a little fast on this. So I'm going to jump in the air and grab this thing. And what that's going to do is it's going to slightly alert the guard. So right after you grab it, you do want to get out as quickly as you can. He should not walk out, but I have had it on very rare occasion where he does. And I don't know if that's because of him hearing me or because he was naturally walking out or supposed to walk out anyways on his normal like route.
I hear the second day is when the skin really starts to come all the way off. Is that true?
All right, I won't be of any help here, so I'll make my own way back to the hound. If I see Samuel the boat...
I was just reading in the archive about the heretics.
It sounds painful.
Have you ever seen the rituals?
I've never seen the heretics brand used. No, it's a rare occurrence. But I did spy the face of one Sokolov, a former member of our order, of course. Out on a retreat, we passed through a fishing town and saw him begging.
What were his crimes?
Who can say? The brand is reserved for an oath, or even the High Overseer himself, who violates our codes. Do not let your keen eyes wander tonight, boy. There's word of bad men about. Here's a good boy. Good boy, Justice. And there's you, Voracious. There you are, my sick boy. I'll fetch you a treat later tonight. Oh, you know that word, do you?
So the patrol that's about to come through here is a little RNG reliant. I think I get lucky here and the hound gets kind of stuck on the box, which puts him way behind the soldier. So that allows me to sleep them. But normally what would happen is the hound and the soldier would go into that area, and the hound will always stagger behind the soldier, and at some point the soldier will walk into one of the little nooks, and when he does that, he'll be far enough away from the hound that you'll be able to like sleep the hound, sleep him. So it's not every time that you'll be as lucky as I was there, where the hound kind of got hung up and it just made it a lot easier. Normally you'd have to wait a little bit longer there and just be patient, and then eventually you'll get your opportunity. So if you've been paying attention, you'll notice that I took basically everyone out inside of the kennels, but I've been stashing their bodies up on high ground. The reason for that is these rats. So I had mentioned earlier in the offices that if I let rats out of a door and they kill somebody that's patrolling, that has nothing to do with me. It's not going to affect me or the achievements. However, if I knock somebody out and I leave their body down and the rats go and eat them, then it will count against me. So that's the reason why I've been hiding their bodies above ground level, so that the rats that run down and through to that side can't eat their bodies, and my achievements don't get affected.
Caught in the lockdown last night. 6 hours. Searched the place top to bottom. And nothing but the swill we hand out free. Of course we didn't find anything. Did I ever tell you? One time one of the second floor shutters slip out. I couldn't find a way down. And by the time I snapped shut, I spent the rest of lockdown out on the ledge. Maybe the outside. Beginning. It was Martin's plot to break him out of Cold.
All right, so I'm going to be taking out pretty much everyone on this level. And the reason for that is just simply so they don't sound an alarm. So earlier I had mentioned that the bodies found at the end of a level was something I originally wanted to keep to 0, and that sometimes it can bug, and that there was one instance where there's nothing you can do about it if you do the non-lethal option. This is the mission where there's nothing you can do about it. You will always get one body found, because when we take out the target here in the non-lethal way, he gets left in the interrogation chair. And even if you take out every single enemy on this floor, he will count as a body found when you complete the mission. So there's no way around it. However, if enemies find his body organically, then they'll run down this hallway and they'll set off an alarm, which can cause other problems. So I take out all of the enemies that either path through this area now or will path through this area after I initiate the section where the target becomes active and I'm able to interact with him. So I take all of these enemies out so that they can't find his body and then go ring the alarm. So no matter what, at the end of this, it will say a body was found because it's him sitting in the interrogation chair. But again, to make this simple so that I don't get more variables introduced into the area that I have to deal with, I just take these guys out ahead of time. And then when we do the non-lethal option, it'll make the overall encounter safer. Now for the enemies in this stairwell and the enemies on the first floor out in the open area, I am going to be taking all of them out as well. And I have to do that simply to make it safe for me to loot the coins that are down here on the first floor. I also need to clear out the enemies from this stairwell because the door to access the non-lethal option is right down there to the right. And it's not an issue ever getting into that area. It's always an issue getting out because you won't know where the enemies are. And again, since I don't have powers to be able to see the enemies through walls, I have to make sure that everything that I do allows me to control the enemies and where they're going to be pathing at any given time. And so unfortunately, there wasn't an easy way to just skip past everything that was reliable. So the backup option is just take everybody out and then I don't have to deal with it. So there will be 2 more enemies that I'll have to deal with here. I took the first one out on the stairs. These enemies can path different ways. The one that you're about to see is the most common, which is they come up to this door and then you can just teleport down and then grab them and take them up. Another one is they'll walk to the left as I was looking at the entrance to this area, not the right, and they'll walk up to the painting. They can also walk straight in under where I'm at right now, up to the statue and inspect that. It really doesn't matter where they walk. They come one at a time. As long as you're patient and you just wait here, you can catch them one at a time. And wherever they walk to, you just drop down, grab them, and then move them up. Alright, so now that the entire area is clear of patrols, I have one more soldier that I have to deal with. And so to get him to break out of where he's standing, I have to move close enough and wait through this conversation. Once this conversation gets done, it will allow me an opportunity to then get him out of here, and then this whole area will be clear and I can move through it and get everything that I need.
In dreams, I have seen my hands raised against my own child. Has the outsider already corrupted me?
In the life of High Overseer Perry, it is written that the great man conversed with the outsider in dreams. So it is true that he may walk there. But as to raising the hand, it is not always wrong to do so. I myself benefited by many a chastisement in my youth. Many indeed, not lacking in enthusiasm.
Okay, so what I'm waiting for here is I'm waiting for the second and third of the civilians to start moving. So as soon as the third one starts moving forward, I know that I'm okay to drop down and deal with this guy and that no one's gonna see me. As I'm choking him, I do want to pull him back because that third civilian, after he deposits his coins, he'll turn around, and if I don't pull that soldier back far enough, he would be able to see me, and then that would count against the ghost and the shadow achievement.
Half the city's dead. We won't make it 3 more months.
All these rats crawling all over everything. Rat.
I trust it was uneventful. I hear the watch is having trouble. Building the side streets.
Bunch of children playing games.
Good, good. And your niece, Callista, isn't it? I'm very concerned about her.
My men are searching district by district.
The poor girl.
Callista's a resourceful one. Probably found a safe place to hole up in all this chaos.
If my overseers hear any word, I'll come straight to you. Time for drinks. I hope you won't refuse. It'll make this business pass all the quicker. Locked. One of the servants must have been in here. Let me see. It seems I have the wrong one. Not that one. No. Ah, here we are. Now if you'll join me. Men will come get you when we're finished. Keep each other entertained in the meantime.
I don't understand how this got so unpleasant.
Oh, I agree, I agree. A whore dies and suddenly this. Will you have wine? It's a Tivian red.
Thank you.
What on... Who's been in here? I owe you an apology, Captain. This is hardly the hospitality I planned for you. Well, time to do this the hard way.
What was that, Campbell?
Never mind. It's a stroke of luck for you, Captain. I'm forced to break out the real vintage. Leave the men here, or we'll have to share with all of them.
Very well, Campbell. As long as we get this little dispute settled.
you see this painting? Believed to be early Sokolov. Something primal in there. The way the brushwork slashes across the canvas.
If you... You have my thanks. But by all rights, I should probably arrest you. You seem familiar, even with that mask on. No matter. This once I'll just go my own way. You yours.
Alright, so now that I've gotten everything I need, at this point it's just kind of a waiting game. So, the captain there has 3 soldiers that came with him to this meeting. And right now they're both patrolling on the 2nd floor and one is coming down to the 1st floor. If I was to go up there right now, even though I saved his life and like he's friendly towards me, those 3 soldiers are not. If they see me, not only will it count against Ghost and Shadow, but then they will also attack me. So the best way to deal with this is when the captain comes up to the 1st floor, he basically hits a trigger where he now runs to escape. And that also is tied to his 3 soldiers. So those soldiers are now going to run down to him and they're all going to meet up and then they're going to exit the level. So that's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting basically for the captain to leave the level and then I will 100% know that there is no enemies between me and the interrogation room, and then I can go up there without having to worry about being seen.
I'll write to her again. She has to see reason.
Please, she's my sister. She's not a witch. I know her. Out of the way. You expect preferential treatment just because you are her brother? She will burn. All witches must burn.
Bertold, don't let them take me! I swear I've done nothing wrong!
Silence your lying tongue, foul witch.
Bertold!
All right, so up ahead, this will be the first time in the run that you're going to see me kill rats. Killing rats does not count against the Clean Hands achievement, nor does it count against ghosts. So my go-to strategy for like hordes of rats is to, as you see there, just throw a grenade. Once you kill, I think it's when there's 5 or less remaining. I might be wrong about that, but that has to be close either way. So for the sake of conversation, let's say that I'm right. Then the rats will no longer be able to do damage to you because they're not considered a swarm, horde, whatever anymore. So my go-to strategy is usually to throw a grenade at them. If for whatever reason they're in a position where you can't throw a grenade and you've progressed far enough in the story to get the incendiary bolts for your crossbow, then what you can do is you can just kind of shoot center of mass of the swarm of them, and over time you'll do enough to kill most of them, and then eventually they'll be inactive and they won't be considered a swarm or hostile anymore. So there's several different ways to deal with them. Throughout this run, for the most part, you're going to see me deal with them with a grenade.
I don't want to bleed from the eyes and lose my mind. I don't want to spread the plague to anyone else. Don't fall prey to restless hands. I'm asking you to do this because you've known me for so long. Can you do it? Will you?
Yes, my friend. I will. Before you weep. Before you bring down the mistakes.
Thank you.
Turn your back. Recite the 7 years. And we'll make it fast.
Restrict the wandering eyes that look hither and yonder for some flashing thing that easily...
Is that you? Hey, Corvo. It's Samuel. I'm Hick. From the way I hear it, Campbell lived a pretty posh life. Maybe it's not my place to say, but men of the faith shouldn't live like barons. Are you ready to go? Okay, let's go.
All right, so that's that level completed, and as promised, because we went the non-lethal option, you'll see dead or unconscious bodies found as stuck at 1.
Admiral Havelock and Lord Pendleton are in the courtyard. I expect they'll want to congratulate you.
He's alive.
Welcome back, Master Corvo.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. You are reminded that assaulting a member of the City Watch has been made a capital offense, and guardsmen are authorized to carry out this sentence on the spot. That's not an excuse. The offender's possessions are legally forfeit.
You did it.
I know the gold.
Hello, Corvo.
It is every citizen's duty to report streaming and
All right, so for the Weepers up ahead, we don't want to let the Weepers see us because that counts against Shadow and Ghost. So the way that I do this is I'm going to wait for this guy to run back, and I can sleep the first one, then I'm going to swap to a regular crossbow bolt, and then simply shoot the ground towards me away from the one that I slept. This will cause him to path out like that and then give me the opportunity to sleep him without him finding the body. And that's going to be a tactic I'm going to use quite a bit in this run. I don't have to interact with too many Weepers in the run because we're doing low chaos, but there are strategies you'll see later in the run where I use the regular crossbow bolt shot into the ground to reposition Weepers away from an area, for example, that I need to go into to get like a coin pouch or something.
Corvo.
Corvo, my friend, do you need ammunition or weaponry? Would you like me to craft something for you?
I'll take you to the Golden Cat when you're ready. I've taken Lord Pendleton enough times, believe me. get you as close as I can to the Golden Cat, Corvo. You'll have to go the rest of the way on your own. The entrance is near Holger Square. The main thing is to make sure that little girl, Emily, gets back all safe and sure. Them two Pendletons are there, so I'm guessing there'll be a lot of guards. Slackjaw might have some ideas on helping you get inside the cat, if he don't kill you. This here's his territory. He and his Bottle Street gang hole up at the old Dunwall whiskey factory. They sell the elixir that folks use to fight off the plague. I'll lay low, but keep an eye out for you and the little lady you bring him back. Good luck to you. I know Emily must mean a lot to you. Be careful going up the street, Corvo.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. Thaddeus Campbell, formerly High Overseer, is no longer a citizen of Dunwall. He now bears the Heretics brand. By one of the oldest...
Trash, if you ask me.
Okay, I do want to make one note here for the soldier on the bridge. So I'm going to sleep this guy, but you want to make sure that you sleep him far enough down the bridge. If he's too close towards where I was positioned, then when you go to sleep him, you could potentially alert the other two soldiers and have them kind of run into the area, which would then complicate things. So make sure that you sleep this guy far enough away from them and then reposition his body as I do here.
That's just ridiculous. Stupid rats.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. A mandatory whale oil ration is now in effect.
Hey, you're just the man I was looking for. Slackjaw.
What do you think?
I think he's dead, right?
I know that. I mean, do we have suspects?
Suspects? What? Suspects? We ain't gonna waste time solving who killed him. Personally, I'd buy who did it a drink.
But what are you gonna put on your report?
I'm gonna say we found one of Slackjaw's men inside, all dead and bloody, and that you are a stinking idiot.
Alright, so for the two enemies that are on the ground floor here, what you're going to notice is that I'm kind of swapping back and forth between the two. Their positions here can be fairly random. I don't mean random in where they patrol, just where they are in their patrol. So I'm trying to determine which one's going to be first for me to take out. So because the other one was so far down the hallway, which is normally not what happens, I decide to take out the one out in the open area first, and then take this guy out. Again, normally what would happen here is the guy I just took out would be much closer to me, so I would take him out first and then take the second guy out. If I remember correctly, his path would normally be right around the entrance to the building is where he would be at after I took the first guy out.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. This district is now under a mandatory whale oil ban. Compliance will be strictly enforced.
Damn. How did I lose that?
Failure to comply will result in immediate arrest.
How does it work?
What? The Wall of Light? Isn't it a wonder? It's one of Sokolov's latest inventions. They say the idea came to him in a vision.
Yes, but do you know how it works?
I really couldn't say. But all the hairs on your body stand out.
Come on, Stu. One more try. They wouldn't have such a strong door unless they kept some interesting things on its other side.
I'm telling you, it won't budge. Not even a bit. And I think I bruised out my shoulder.
Stop your crying and give another shove. Just imagine what could be behind it. That'll get you through the pain.
If you're so sure, then you shove it. Why do people care about this stuff?
All right, so for the safe here, this is the only safe in the entire game that can be completely random in what its code is. And I don't mean random like any sequence possible, just among like, I think it's 8 or something like that. So I just basically have a list and I just kind of go down the list and eventually it will land on one of them and open. So there's nothing more super secret than that about that strategy. So if you're doing this yourself, it's not a guarantee that you'll get either of the codes I put in. I just got lucky and got it on the second one. But you can go online and you can find the list of the various codes for that safe and then just kind of go down the list and you'll find it eventually.
I might go upstairs, see if the other two found something worth the trouble. That him?
I don't think they're gonna last much longer in there.
That's what they get for taking three swigs from the still. So elixir is bad stuff, I guess. Hey! Huh.
So below us here, I have to go into a cage of weepers. This one's a little nuanced because I can't open the door and let any of the weepers see me. If they see me, then that will go against Ghost and Shadow. So what you'll notice I did there was I snuck up, I got on the edge, I made sure there was no enemies that were right there by the door. And then I open the door and I blink back. And the reason I do that is because the gang members here will go to engage them and those weepers will also run out. And so if you're standing within line of sight of the weepers, even though they're not engaging you, they're engaging the gang members, they can still potentially see you. And if they see you, then your achievements are going to be messed up. So I go back, I go behind an object, and then I go to the high ground. The reason I go to the high ground there is just extra safety. Because you never really know how those fights are going to turn out, how they're going to start to move around the area. So being up on the high ground, you're 100% guaranteed that it will never get near you. And because it never gets near you, it can never see you, and so your achievements are safe.
Slackjaw, it's me, Crowley. I'm making this in case I don't make it back. You was right. There is someone wants you dead. Wants to take over the distillery and the whole Bottle Street gang. And you'll never believe who it is, neither. At first I did. That's why it's taken me so long. I wanted to be sure, and what's that? No! No! Ah!
So Crowley's... The cat's having a big...
Picked up anything good?
Mudlark. Let a tramp like you get elixir.
We've been on half rations for a week. I ain't catching the plague. Hand it over.
No, please, it's for my baby. He needs it.
It's us that needs it.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. Thaddeus Campbell, formerly High Overseer, is no longer a citizen of Dunwall. He now bears the Heretics brand, and by one of the oldest traditions of the Abbey of the Everyman, it is now a minor
All right, so now that I've got the tower taken out here, I need to pickpocket 2 pouches on 2 of the soldiers that patrol in this area. Which one I get to pickpocket first is completely random. It just depends on how they path through this area. There are 3 different ways that they can path through this area. Unfortunately, in this run, you're only going to see one version of that. This is a very, very difficult section to do. And it requires a lot of patience. So that's the best advice I can give you, is be super, super patient. Either of the 2, they're both standing in front of me. Either of the 2 will lean up against this wall at various points in time. Which one does and which one doesn't, again, is completely random. But only one of them will ever walk up towards this section that I'm at right now, where this guy is walking. And so that guy is the only one that will walk up this far. He'll get about halfway, and here in a second, he'll turn around. And when he turns around, you can drop down and pickpocket him. So again, both of them have the potential to lean against the wall. Only one has the potential to do what you saw there. How that all works out is random, and you'll just have to feel it out.
Things are bad. Could the city get any worse? Never doubt.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. A mandatory whale oil ration is now in effect. Non-compliance is a punishable...
All right, so I want to go in here. I want to grab this as quickly as I can. I'm going to move up the stairs and then immediately turn back. The reason for that is because of the trigger for the rat swarm to come down. I want to trigger it, and then I want to move back, let them all go, and then I sneak past them.
Sorry, lady. I'm on duty.
I'm on duty too. Want me to show you?
You want me to lose my job? Get lost.
Excuse me. What will I Just trying to make a living.
That can strip a corpse to nothing in seconds. That's from the continent. I got a cousin.
Why would anyone pay for that? That's 3 days' wages. Are they serious?
Someone's supposed to be on duty.
The ivory room? No, too expensive.
The Pendletons are here again. Rich and mostly clean. Can't ask for more than that.
Morgan is down in the steam room with Lulia. Custis is in the gold room with Violetta upstairs. Bunting's the only one left.
Oh no, not tonight. He's crazy. And I have to use that thing on him. Ugh.
Oh, he's not the worst. He's blindfolded anyway. Just shock him and leave. You don't even have to touch him.
Don't worry, I won't.
I want to remind you that if your men spend time with any of our ladies, they have to pay.
Yes, ma'am.
No credit at the Golden Cat.
I understand.
Do Custis and Morgan Pendleton know that your men spend half their time flirting?
Talk to that nice girl again. The one I told you about.
You realize you're at the Golden Cat, right?
Yeah, but she's different. She really likes me.
Idiot. She likes your money, not you.
You're just jealous.
Shut up.
Alright, so after I grab the pouches from these two and I head into the next area, this mission's a bit unique in that the brothers, the targets here, can be in two different locations. What I mean by that is one of them can be in one of two locations and the other one can be in one of two locations. And you're never going to know which one you're going to get until you're in the mission. So unfortunately, what you're going to see here is one version of what it can be. The other version and the strategies that go with it, I don't really have any way to explain or to show you. So that one you'd have to figure out for yourself, or if you're having trouble with it, feel free to comment on the video and I'll do the best that I can to help you out. Everything else that you're going to see through here though is pretty standard, and really the approach is no matter which room the brothers are in, one's on this floor and one can be on the next floor or in the steam room, there's always going to be two guards that accompany the brothers. And so you're going to want to take those guards out to make sure that one, they don't see you, and two, and they don't end up messing up with the strategies that you need to employ for the brothers. So that's what you're going to see here. Again, I apologize. I can't show you both in the same run. But again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment and I'll do the best that I can to help you through that.
Oh, you're ruthless. Don't hold back. I'll tell you everything. The Pendleton's inheritance was worth hundreds of thousands at least. I told them it was junk. Retribution! Retribution! That was perfect. But it's all I can take for tonight. Call my servants. We're done. We're done, I said. Retribution! Now let me out! What the? Who is this? What do you want? The safe. Yes, of course. The combination is 696. Take anything you find. I think I felt my heart skip.
Morgan will be in there all night.
More coin for us. Though we'd make even more if they didn't blow it on prostitutes.
My cousin's a foreman at their mine. He says the slaves have dug half a mile down, so deep they're dying by the dozen from collapse or fumes. But the silver's almost gone.
What are they going to do?
Looks like they're gonna gamble and drink every night till it's gone. then jump in the river.
That's exactly right. They state that the conservative position gets an extra 3 votes.
But not in the month of Timber.
Is that true? How on earth do you know that?
Did you think I was born a courtesan, Lord Pendleton? I was a clerk to Lord Estermont before.
Whatever happened to old Estermont?
Who do you want me to be tonight, Lord Pendleton?
Anyone you want. The High Overseer, for all I care.
Some of my friends say I look like Lady Boyle.
Waverly? That lucky trollop. If I'd found those crystal deposits on my estate, I'd be throwing parties too. I'd be buying the Lord Regent's favor too, instead of begging for money from my cousins.
I didn't mean to upset you, my lord.
Wait. On second thought, maybe you should dress up like her. Yes, I think I should like to teach her a lesson.
I would be glad to, my lord. Would you like me in white or black? Or red, perhaps?
Let me think about this. Waverly did always like black. Or was that Lydia?
This place is on the river.
Come on. Come to dinner now. That's right, my sweet little birds. Come to Granny. Granny won't hurt you.
This district is now under a mandatory whale oil ban. Compliance will be strictly enforced.
You brought me the numbers.
What the fuck are you looking at?
Attention, citizens of Dunwall. The Lord Regent has ordered strict whale oil rationing in this area.
Are you both ready to go? Corvo, you must have worked wonders out there in the city tonight. I can't believe my old eyes. So you did the business, did you, Corvo? I'm not one to speak against my betters, mind you, but if anybody ever deserved their fate, it was those Pendletons.
What business are you talking about?
Oh, grown-up business, girl. I mean, your ladyship. Forgive me.
It's okay. I heard a lot of grown-up business at the Golden Cat.
Oh. I should concentrate on piloting this boat.
Young Lady Emily, I'm Callista. I'll be caring for you and schooling you while you're with us.
Pleased to meet you.
As am I. Would you like to see your room in the tower?
Can I see it?
Yes, you may. You'll get to see it all. The entirety of the Hound Pits.
Good. I think I'll like it here. I'll go with Callista, Corvo. I'll see you later.
You do not fail to impress. Armed with a blade, you've changed the course of the city forever. And with the Pendleton twins gone, our own Lord Pendleton will assume their votes in Parliament. In one night, you've done more than most men do in a lifetime. I need to speak to you soon. But for now, Lord Pendleton requests your attention.
Corvo, the Loyalists.
All right, my friend.
Critical moment. Ordinary citizens are limited to purchasing half a dose per day.
Ask me for any gear you need.
Off to Caldwin's Bridge, sir. We'll get our sleep later. Just climb aboard when you're ready. What do you think, Corvo? Caldwin's Bridge. You've been in the city for years, but you lived in Dunwall Tower with the late Empress, so maybe you haven't visited the bridge before tonight. Something to look out for. See all them lights on the water? That's right, we'll be spotted for sure. You're gonna have to shut off their power before I can pick you up. Now, about bringing Sokolov back alive. He's smart. Maybe even smarter than Piero. Got the whole of Dunwall under his thumb with all that natural philosophy business. New technology, potions and the like. Seems dangerous to me. But what do I know? Here we are. I'll meet you at the arches on the
Understand now? Curfew means ain't nobody allowed to be just wandering about.
Except us guards. Yeah, I know. But if we do see someone, then what? Do we say something? Remind them about curfew?
As I go into this next room, I need to quickly get upstairs and grab the key. There's a guard outside of this building that has a pouch, and the best way to get that pouch is to get it right now before he starts walking around. To do that, though, I need to get out here quickly because there's another guard that's going to patrol down towards him. So now that I've gotten that out of the way, I can go back through this area and get everything that I need to get.
At sunrise.
This is ridiculous. Stupid rats. Somewhere. I know something's up. Yeah, it must have been nothing. Nothing after all.
Alright, so as I blink up here to the top, I need to be ready immediately to drop back down or sleep the Weeper that's in this apartment. This guy, you can blink up and he can just be right there on the balcony. If that happens, you need to immediately drop back down, otherwise he'll see you. Give it a few seconds, then go back up, try it again. Because you can't blink and use your, or have your sleep bolt ready at the same time, you're gonna have to go up there and just be ready to swap really fast if you get the opportunity to shoot them. But either way, just make sure that you are ready to drop back down, because as you start to go across that that bridge, there is no turning back. Once you get far enough down, there's no turning back. And so I kind of messed that up a little bit there. I should have had my sleep bolt out and ready to go, and I didn't have that, so that's really risky. And if he would have came out and saw me, that would have ruined the ghost and shadow achievements. So make sure you don't make the same mistake I did.
It won't do you any good to bait me, officer. But don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll profit. A smart man can come out ahead, even in the time of plague.
Sure, like that Sokolov. He's doing fine. Always a lot of exotic items coming and going from his place. Keeps this place running, at least for now.
Yes, if by exotic you mean foul-smelling as a witch's bottom. The royal physician will be fine too, until he crosses the wrong man.
city's dead. Won't make it through.
I will set fire to the hairs of their faces. I pull nails from their feet with my own teeth. I will taste...
I hope he was smart enough to stash him someplace before he got caught.
You're the one told him to go scout around.
That's right. Scouting is when you find out what the guards are doing and come back.
Well, now we know what the guards are doing.
The reason you scout is so you don't end up in a cell. What Alec did was the exact opposite of scouting.
All right, so for this area, it's kind of just a waiting game and another big RNG section. So what's going to happen is the two gang members that are below us are going to have their conversation, and then when their conversation concludes, there's going to be a guard that is scripted to walk down the main route here towards the gate, and he'll just magically know people are here. He'll call them out. And then these two guys will go out to fight the three soldiers that are here. Now, what can happen here varies. Let's say 95+% of the time, this soldier walking down the main path will die. I've had it where the gang members end up killing everybody because the pylon ends up shooting lightning at them, but there's soldiers in the way, so the soldiers catch it. And the gang members don't. So, it can vary. There's a lot of different ways to approach this, depending on how it plays out. But generally speaking, you're going to want to sleep the enemies that remain while they are away from each other. That's really the best way I can summarize every outcome. And then once that's done, you're going to want to move forward in the way that I do, so that you don't catch the pylon aggro. And then the guard closest to me, I need to know where he is, because if he paths towards his secondary location, he could potentially see me as I'm pulling the whale oil out of the slot there. So that'll take a little bit of practice to kind of understand the pathing of these enemies. But you want to make sure that you kind of check all those boxes before you move down to disable the pylon. So just want to make a small note here. If you're following my route through the level, then as soon as you step up here, you'll get the King of the World achievement.
chauffeur. The lights are working perfect.
Well, there's nothing to do. And I like climbing the hill.
Just leave the oil tanks be, or they'll break. Why they always gotta put me with you, I just don't know.
So for this next section, we're going to have to do this really fast. Not necessarily dropping down and getting the pouch off the guard, but as I drop down and I have to fight the 5 river crust, I think are what they're called, I have to kill those things really fast because the guard that's patrolling here will at some point walk back around here and look over the ledge, and he could see me right here on these boxes. So I need to get past this section very quickly. And this is just kind of edging forward and knowing which ones are going to go active, and then taking them out.
Somebody about. Watch it. So for this next section, I'm going to cheat the game just a little bit. So normally I would have to go pull the well oil over here to get the wall of light. But it turns out that you can just kind of blink around the wall. So that's what I choose to do here. It's safer, it's faster. If you do want to do it the proper way as the developers intend, you can go over there and pull the well oil out and then go through.
All right, so as I get to the top of the building here, I need to wait until these two soldiers move to each other and then start having their conversation. So about the time they start the second set of dialogue there, as you can see in the subtitles, then I know that it's safe to move forward. If you move forward too fast, then what happens is they get, like, they bug or they get stuck or something. Basically, their dialogue breaks and they never move away from each other, which makes this section very, very hard if that happens. So make sure that you're not moving through here too fast, that you allow this dialogue to occur, because what you'll see here is after the dialogue, they will start to walk away from each other. The one on the right side of my crosshair has a pouch that I need to get, and it's much easier to get that when they're walking away from each other. So make sure that you do that and you don't rush through it too fast, and you should be able to use this strategy.
Understand?
Right. I mean, why worry about a couple of disgusting, smelly pigs, you know? All pigs get slaughtered sooner or later. Better if I wonder about those sounds we heard from the warehouse, right? I mean...
Half the city's dead.
What was that all about?
Won't make it
That's
3 more
better.
months.
You'll go far, Grayson.
Did you hear what...
Get it? We're gonna die.
Oh yeah, I remember this. I don't know what was going on with the game here, but not only would it not let me do what I normally do, but it got me stuck in the floor, and like I had to blink out to get unstuck. It was really weird. Normally you're able to get line of sight on this lamppost and just blink up to it, but it wouldn't let me, so don't know what that was about. Hopefully it doesn't happen to you.
The tanks in these damn things don't last long enough. Indeed, I believe so.
Turn my
physician himself. You made a neat job of it. Drop him here and we'll be off. They set up a cell for Sokolov in the old kennel. Shackles and everything. It'll be a shock, him waking up in the straw and old dog poop. But from what I hear, he's woken up worse places. Guess we all have at that.
Well done, Corvo. Well done.
Attention citizens. This evening, the streets adjacent to Pendleton Manor will be closed for a private ceremony following the tragic loss of two of our city's best and brightest, the Lord's customers. Parliamentary votes now fall to Lord Trevor Pendleton, who asks for respect during this time of mourning. Attention Dunwall citizens. Be aware that looting of evacuated areas is a serious offense and will be summarily punished by officers of the watch. Display your pride in Dunwall by respecting the property and rights of others in these trying times and preserving the timeless beauty of our fair city.
Please be as quiet as you...
You were making funny faces while you were sleeping. I decided to nap here in your room while Callista was taking her bath. She told me if there's ever trouble, I should always run here. Callista will come get me when she's done with...
Royal physician. I believe you and Corvo knew each other in former days. Unlike you, our friend Corvo knows what loyalty means.
I am loyal to my inner spirit. You are the one consorting with the most wanted man in the Empire.
It's my belief that Corvo was innocent in the death of the others. And the former spy man.
You're part of this rabble.
Curious strategy.
Of which I approve.
Attention Dunwall citizens. The Ascendancy Circle has chosen...
I couldn't bear it if she knew. I know you're a man of honor, and I also know that you can kill me at any time. And for both of these reasons, I apologize and beg for your discretion. It's well known that Sokolov is virtually addicted to a rare liquor called King Street Brandy. The taste is revolting, but I happen to have a bottle. However, I am reluctant to give it to you for Sokolov. It cost me quite a lot. It is very expensive stuff, a blend of rare Pendician spices and a drop of whale oil. Would you care to purchase it?
All right, so we're going to be getting the boot stealth upgrades. These are very, very, very important for doing no damage, for doing ghosts, for doing shadow achievements. They essentially let you run up to enemies and not be heard. So it makes your ability to close the gap, take people down, do all that kind of stuff much easier. So make sure that you get those when you have the opportunity. So Pendleton gives us like a unique mission objective here, and you don't have to do it, but it does affect part of the 100% run. So I said in the opening commentary that I defined 100% as getting all the coins in a level, all the runes, bone charms, all that kind of stuff, right? So that also includes the pub. Unfortunately, how you decide to handle Pendleton's objective in this mission determines what you get. You either get 100 coins or you get a rune. And so I decided to go with the rune. I felt like the rune was the better option, simply because to get the rune, you have to non-lethal the objective target, which is kind of in theme with this entire run of doing ghost and shadow and clean hands, etc. So I just wanted to give that explanation and my rationale behind why I chose to do that, and also let you guys know that if you instead want the coins, you can do that, but you have to kill the target, which would then make it such that you can't get the ghost or the clean hands achievements. So I figure if you're watching this or you're using this as a guide for your own playthrough, you're probably going to want those achievements. So just follow what I do here and do it non-lethally, and you'll get the rune instead of the coins.
Going to a party, Corvo?
She was supposed to sing that evening. A couple of overseers were passing. So she stopped singing and was back.
And they thought she was a witch.
You should have seen it. Ran right through the rose bushes and tackled her. Dragged her back to that abbey.
And they call us stupid.
We had to get a notarized letter from the regent himself to get her back.
But she hasn't been the same since.
I'm not surprised. I've heard stories.
She won't talk about it. One of these days I'm gonna take one of those zealots apart myself.
It's a fortress. Have you ever been inside?
Never. Oh, I have. Oh, there went my invitation.
Maddie, don't chase after that. You don't know what's in those buildings.
No place.
Invitation, please.
I don't understand what happened to this city.
Right this way,
Yes.
sir.
They're going to wear the same costume in different colors, and we're meant to guess. Another of their eccentric fancies. I suppose we've no choice but to play.
It's going to be brilliant.
It's going to be inexpressibly tiresome.
If you're not going to have fun, maybe you should go home.
Ah, Mr.
Another
Bunting.
party game.
Just had someone here pretending to
It
be
was
you.
fun for a season,
Welcome.
but now,
What is it tonight?
guess which is which.
Emma insisted
They're
we meet her out by the curb.
Let's play. We'll go inside and make nasty remarks about Emma's style. Or
So you might as well make them here.
you have to feel sorry for her. She's only here to ask for a bet you could find something.
More likely I'd end up in Coldridge Prison. The city watch is everywhere tonight. At least you're thinking.
There must be another way. Waverly likes to be seen in red.
Which everyone knows. Too obvious. You know, I hear there are...
Oh, don't flatter yourself.
Just thinking out loud, dear.
Oh my, that's wicked. Who made that mask for you? Exactly like the one you posters.
That's going
If you
to
like your teeth,
over the
you'll
whole
cut that out.
I think I'm starting to enjoy my...
The party's indoors
Welcome to the
this time.
Boyle estate.
Pendleton is a gutless, lying sack of shit. I hope he's paying you well for this. It's damn cold tonight. Hurry up, and let's see what you're made of.
Lord Pendleton's representative will select his weapon. A contest of honor will take place between this anonymous gentleman acting for the challenge.
All right, so to do this non-lethally, as I mentioned earlier for Pendleton, to get the rune instead of the coins, what we need to do is as soon as the dialogue is done and he tells us to go to our marked positions, we're going to turn, we're going to walk over to our position and swap to the sleep dart. And then we'll be able to turn around, sleep him, and he'll be able to go down. Now, unlike every other enemy that's in combat with you in the entire game, that normally you would shoot the sleep dart and it would take a moment for it to be active on them. This one, even though you're in combat, works instantaneously, so you don't need the sleep dart upgrade to get this to work.
What most people don't remember is the rats came a half a year before the Empress died. And the plague, too.
Are you sure? That's not how I remember.
Excuse me.
You, a gentleman?
I'll have you know I'm as gentle as I need to be in any given situation. Bless you. What mischief are you up to?
Things are bad. Could the city get any worse?
Indeed, I believe so.
Did you hear about Mrs. Brimsley? You'll never believe this.
What is it now?
She had her jobber pick up a boy in the street.
What mischief are you up to?
Don't be silly. The rumors say the...
There's something disturbing about that mask. Evening, sir. I know your mission tonight. We must speak privately. You should see this as an opportunity.
To what? Learn a trade? Join the city watch?
Your house built its fortune in crisis. You can do so again.
Land is worthless now. My buildings are full of corpses and rats. Hold on, I need a cigar.
I'm a friend of Pendleton's, and I've got... Her name is Esma. I won't harm her.
All right, so now that I have the non-lethal option available, before I leave, I need to go talk to Miss White here.
Excuse me.
She's going to give me a task to go get her a drink. I'm going to get the drink, but I'm not going to give it to her yet. I'm going to go up to the second floor, do everything I need, then come back down and do it. But when I come back down, I do that. She will then identify which of the three sisters is the right target, because this, like some of the other things I've already described in the game, can be random. So every time you do this level, there are three sisters, one white, one in red, and one in black. And it will randomly change from playthrough to playthrough which one is the target. So she'll tell you which one's the target, and then it'll be easier for you to go and do what you need to do. But first, we're going to run through all of the second level, and then we'll drop down to the first level once we're done, go talk to her, and then continue on.
Thank you so much. Now, how can I thank you? Are you playing Lady Boyle's guessing game? Well, I know for a fact that Waverly's in white tonight. Perhaps she's pretending to be a virgin. Additionally, Lydia's in red.
Oh, hello, handsome. I'm already seeing two of you, but thanks anyway. You're serious, aren't you? I'm really in danger? Oh, but this is perfect. I love it. What happens next? Are you gonna tie me up? Oh, yes, of course I can. Anything.
We found out what the whales could do, and it made... Excuse me.
No guests past this point.
So this next area, I need to do this quick. I want to be in position before the target gets to where she's going to be standing. So I'm going to take care of these rats. And this is just so I don't have to take like choke the target out and then drop her and then take these out and then go pick her back up again. Just kind of streamlines the process a little bit. So that's why I'm doing it now, but absolutely I need to be standing here when she starts to make her way down here so that I can take her out, because once she stops moving, it makes it really difficult to get up behind her and choke her out. And then at that point, the only thing you can do is sleep dart her.
Where is she? Hurry and bring her to me. You found her! Quickly! At last. Oh, my love. Someday you will understand. You'll never know how happy you've made me. Someday she'll learn to appreciate me. After all, she'll have her whole life.
Ooh, scary mask.
Alright, so after I take this guy out, I'm going to bring him up here and just drop him. And the reason for that is because of what I'm about to do. So I'm going to use the standard crossbow, shoot the floor. That will pull the weepers over to that location just from the noise it makes. And then once I'm confident that none of the weepers are looking in this direction, I can go down, get the coin, head back up. And the reason I hid the body around the corner here is because sometimes the ones down there that I attracted can make their way onto the staircase, not up the stairs, but onto the staircase where they can look up. And if they look up, they can see the body. That could give you a body found. So that's the reason for that. So when I move over to this next building, you're likely going to hear gunshots. That is not shooting at me. That's shooting at the swarm of rats that are coming out from the subway or whatever that building is. So it's not always a guarantee that that's going to happen. It's always a guarantee that the rats will come out. It's not always a guarantee that they will interact with the soldiers and the soldiers will engage them. For this area, what I'm waiting for is for this tall boy to patrol across the bridge. Once the tall boy patrols across the bridge, I'm able to clearly move forward without having to worry about anything. It is kind of random. It depends on how fast you get here and whatnot, but at some point it will path and go over the bridge on the left side of the screen, and then I'll be able to move forward. Now, as I approach the end of this area that I'm running, the alarm will always go off. I want to just wait until the gate that's closing moves down about halfway. Basically, the top of it moves to where the red light is. And then I'll know that it's safe to blink through, because that's when the soldier that was off to my left was scripted to then start walking down.
Hope you enjoyed your evening, sir.
So just when you get to the end, give it a little bit, wait a couple seconds, and then you can blink through and do what I did and just get to the boat.
Pendleton said he would meet us here. I checked the wine cellar. Losing family gives a man a thirst.
So to get one of the runes here, I need to talk to Callista, and she's going to tell me I have to go find Emily. And Emily can be in one of 3 spots. It's completely random from playthrough to playthrough, which of the 3 spots she's going to be in. So I basically have to go cover all of them. Luckily on this run, I think she was in the first one. So there's, yeah, right here. So this is the first spot. The second spot would be up in the tower. Or sorry, not up in the tower, but up where Corvo's room is. And then the third one would be behind like the tower that Emily kind of hangs out in the rest of the game and whatnot. It's like at the base level of that on the right side of it towards the water. So I have to basically go check those 3 areas again. From run to run, you're not going to know which one it is. But that's generally what I do is I'll check the first one, and then I'll run over to the tower one, and then I'll go up and go to Corvo's bedroom. If she's not at the other 2, that's the only place left for her to be at. And so as I mentioned at the beginning of the last mission, this is where Pendleton's going to either give us coins or he's going to give us a rune. Because we did the non-lethal option for his objective, he's going to give us a rune.
Corvo,
to cooperate with overseers as you would members of the City Watch and Elite Guard. They speak with the Lord Regent's authority.
Do you need me to build something for you? I can make anything, practically.
Ready to face the Lord Regent? About time we took care of my say. Long past time. This is it, Corvo. Your last memories of Dunwall Tower might not be good ones, huh? So maybe you can make up for what happened back then. It'll be a bit of a climb from the waterlogged. Most important thing is killing the Lord Regent. Built himself quite a place at the top of the tower. Calls it his safe room or something. Crazy if you ask me. Another point of interest while I'm giving you the grand tour, Corvo. Broadcast control station here where all them announcements come from. Might be worth looking into. You ready? Next time I see you, the Lord Regent will be dead. And if not, well, it was an honor to serve with you.
On duty, Regent Ash. How's he gonna hear this assassin?
Attention Dunwall Tower personnel. All new assignments report directly to the duty officer.
That's right, me. For a second, I thought he might even shake hands, but then, no. Quiet.
Don't you love the view from here?
This place makes me sad.
Why is that?
This was where the Empress was killed by that wretched murderer. Everything changed for the worse after that day.
It was a dark day for sure, but things were already bad with the plague. In any case, I wouldn't dwell on it. Let me comfort you.
I need to get back to work.
Can I come by and see you later?
I don't think it's a good idea tonight.
What's he expecting, a whole army? Moat. All that water does is bring mosquitoes and bite vermin into the courtyard.
Yes, of course.
Alright, so as I make my way into this next area, this is where things start to become difficult. Not necessarily because of the composition of enemies or anything, but just simply because of the tower that's in the middle of the area beyond here. So there are like many places that you just cannot stand because you run the risk of it pathing over you and seeing you. So I have to take a very specific path as I go through this area to get to the other side. And really any deviation from this will get you spotted. So what you've seen me do here, kind of going from object to object to object, even blinking over to this grass, is absolutely a necessity if you don't want to get seen by the tower. Like even just blinking to this grass, if I would have dropped off the high ground and just walked to this grass, you can be seen. So there, it's very weird where the tower can see you and where it can't. So just follow what I did to get over here in the way that I did it, and you should always be able to get over here without being spotted by the tower. All right, so this section is gonna be done a bit different than everything else you've seen before this, where in most levels and most sections, I'm able to kind of go through, you know, take what I need to get out. I don't usually have to take out every single enemy in the area. This one is different. Because we're doing 100%, and 2 of the objects I need for coins are locked behind glass in the middle of this level, that means that to access it, I have to break that glass. And when I break that glass, because it's in the middle of the area, it can literally pull all of the enemies around me. So that forces me to approach this level in such a way where I have to eliminate everyone around this object, with few exceptions. So as I go through this part of the level, you're going to see me take people out, stash their bodies, and I'm going to do it in a very specific way. If you do what I do, it will happen the same way. The enemies will not always be in the exact same spot, especially when you get to the second level of this area, but they will be in the general area of where you see me get them here. And it does take a lot of like practice and iteration to get used to their patterns. I can't show you obviously all of those patterns and give you all of that information during this run, but I did want to mention it, that generally what you're seeing is the way to do it, but there's going to be a little bit of nuance and a little bit of detail that you would miss out on here that you would need to like discover for yourself. So if you're going through this, if you're copying what I'm doing, just keep that in mind. And, you know, if you more than likely you're not doing a no damage run, you're not trying to do it all in kind of like one go. So you'll be able to like save and save load and stuff like that. But generally speaking, this would be how to do it. Just keep in mind that the enemies are not always going to be in the exact same spots that you see here.
Here you are, Corvo.
Tell me again what you'll do if Slackjaw and his Bottle Street boys jump you.
Now, no stupid goddamn. Son of a gun.
Last night? Indeed, I believe so.
Now, no stupid goddamn. Dublin son of.
So I do want to take a second to mention for these enemies here, I'm only going to take out the Hound. It is very important that you take the Hound out exactly where I did. Anywhere else in his path, you run the risk of the enemies beyond this room that path over and look through the door being able to see him. And then that could potentially alert the enemies, which then could get you seen. So make sure that you take the Hound out in the exact position that I did, and then take his body out and hide it. I choose to stash it over here. You can really stash it wherever you want, but make sure that you do that. That way they can't find it, and then kind of go into alert and walk around. Because if they do that, it will mess up going into the displays and breaking the cases for the coin items we need, and you not having to interact with those enemies. So if they're on alert, you're going to have to interact with those enemies before you can break those cases to get those objects. And I will also say the reason I'm kind of blinking around like this is I'm trying to stay away from the door's line of sight for that exact reason. And so you'll see that I kind of peek over here. I want to make sure that they're not pathing towards the door, because now I have to walk out into the open to grab this coin.
And the second another, until they stumble into a ditch. Likewise, to contrary.
Okay, so with this guy taken out, I've basically cleared at this point everyone that I need to take out to get the 2 items in the cases. Now, the first case I'm going to break, there should be no one around to hear it, or at least no one in range to hear it. For the second one, I found that if you stand in a very specific spot, the enemies outside of the room that are like right outside of the door are not capable of hearing it for whatever reason. I don't understand what that reason is, but they will not be able to hear you. So for the first one, I can grab that one. No fear there in grabbing that one. This one's always a worry because there's literally a guy right outside the door. He's standing right up against the door on the right side of it. So after I break and grab that one, I always blink over, sprint, get up onto the high ground in case for whatever reason it pulls their attention into the room. I should be far enough away that I won't get spotted.
A citywide ban on whale oil is now in effect. Citizens are encouraged to bring any whale oil in their possession to the City Watch at once. Anyone caught burning oil will be subject to arrest. This message is a directive from the Lord Regent himself. We must all trust in the Regent.
Prosperity to the city, to rid us of those scoundrels who waste their days in filth and drink without homes or occupations other than to beg for the coin for which the rest of us toil. It was a simple plan. Bring the disease-bearing rats from the planet.
So this jump that I'm about to make across to the left is very, very, very tricky. The best way to explain how to do this is simply just hold it parallel to the ground and walk off the ledge. And then you just have to time releasing to teleport at the right time. And if you do it the right way, that's the result. You'll be able to get over, but without the upgraded blink distance, it is very, very difficult to get that to go across. And obviously, if you mess that up, you're going to fall straight down and take a large amount of damage or die.
Why is no one making rounds over
So for the rooftop, I'm going to take everyone out up here. And that's simply just because it's easier to go through the front door because you're able to look through the keyhole and see the tall boy than it is to go up through the window on the right side. There's only 3 enemies here, so it's not too bad to take them out. The first one will always path in front of you right when you first come in. This one can be a little bit tricky. Sometimes you have to wait for him, sometimes you don't. And then the other one's static. He doesn't move from the front of the steps. So right after I take this guy out, I can just peek over, hit this guy, and then that will take care of all of the ones outside. And then I'll be able to look through the door and see the tall boy. Definitely want to pick the body up, move it off to the right side, because once you open the door, if for whatever reason you forget to close it, which you should close it, but if you forget, you don't want the tall boy to see the body that's out there, because that would count against your achievements. So as soon as the tall boy turns around, I'm going to go in and go around and get in position, and then everything from there is pretty standard. So I'm going to do a bit of a trick jump here in the water. Basically, I want to land like right at the edge, but not on the edge, because if I hit the concrete, I'll die. But you want to land like right in front of it. That way you can immediately jump up and get in position. And then I just have to wait for this tall boy to pass back and I can go over the fence. When you go over this fence, you need to do it from the box. You need to do it in the angle that I did it. Because if you don't, you'll land on a lower surface and it will count as fall damage. So you want to land on this raised area here. So now I just need to verify that the tall boy is not looking my direction or coming my direction, because I do have to go across this area. So I'm just going to be patient, wait for him to walk over. Once he turns around, then I can go. And then past that, it's pretty much done because there's no enemies between me and the boat.
Is it all done? You ready to go back to the Hound Pits? Thanks to you, Corvo. All right, let's go. Big changes. Makes me uneasy, to tell the truth. A small fry like me always gets the worst of it. But maybe it's going to be different now. The Lord Regent is gone. The Abbey has a new High Overseer. I'm guessing our work is almost done. The others are in the bar. No doubt waiting to raise a glass in your name. Me, I think I'll just linger out here if you don't mind. Reflect on things while we have a moment. Congratulations, Corvo.
Do not attempt to interfere with the regular transfer of deceased persons to disposal centers in the flooded district.
He's done it. To Corvo. She'll need higher mathematics, court protocol, and cosmology.
All right, so before we go upstairs and pass out, I need to go ahead and max all of my ammo out. And then I want to get the sticky grenade. The sticky grenade is going to be so incredibly important for this next level because of how many river crusts, or however you call them, there are in the level. And the sticky grenade is going to be the best way to deal with them because it will eliminate that bouncing of the grenade and I can put it exactly where I want it to explode. So make sure that you refill all your ammo. Make sure you get the sticky grenades before you move on to the next level.
Samuel, you move like you...
This is the one who was with the Empress when she died. Poisoned. Tivian stuff.
Amateur work. He'll live.
That's up to Dowd.
I know a great deal, bodyguard. I recognize those marks on your hand. A gift from your friend. The one who talks to you in the dark. Talks to you when you visit his shrines. I visited those shrines too. And I know what it felt like to shove a blade into your Empress. But I don't know you. Who you are, and who you fight for. You're a mystery, and I can't allow that.
Here you are.
Alright, so first thing we need to do obviously is break out of our cell here, and then I'm going to go over and I'm going to grab all this stuff. You can see at the top left we've taken damage. That's developer force, so it doesn't count against us. I'm going to move over here and I'm going to hit this rail twice. Now that's going to pull either one or both of the enemies down. There is no way to control how they respond here. Sometimes you'll get one, sometimes you get both, sometimes you get none. Sometimes they're close together, far away, etc., etc. There's a lot of different variables that go into this, but the idea is you want to get them to come down, at least one of them. That way you can get behind them and take them out. That will make taking out the second of the two much easier, and it will keep you from being spotted. If you don't do it this way, I personally couldn't find a better way to do it to where you wouldn't get spotted. And a lot of the other things that I saw people doing in the community just took way too long and was not as consistent. So I would highly suggest doing it this way. And it just takes a little bit of patience. For example, this guy, we're just going to wait until he turns. And when he turns, we'll just blink up and take him out. But it's very consistent to just hit that rail. And you'll at least get one of them down more often than not. And if you don't get either of them to come down, then all you have to do is just go and hit it somewhere else on the rail and pull them down, and then they should come. So that would be my suggestion for this area. I do want to again talk about the health loss. So as soon as I come out of the cage, I run up. There is a potion for health, a potion for mana. So grab both of those, because at this point you don't have anything. You only have the sword that you pick up. And you have to pick up the sword, otherwise you can't choke people out. So you'll have a sword, and then you'll have one mana. potion, and then you'll be able to pretty much do everything you see here. Just make sure you pick those things up. So as you can see, there's fish in the water here. So as soon as I jump in the water, I need to immediately blink forward and get out. Speaking of fish in the water, there are some coins back where we just took out the 2 enemies. However, I can't get them right now because I need the crossbow or grenades, and I don't have either. So I can't go and get those until I get my gear back, because there are 2 fish that are literally right at the bottom where I need to dive to get the coins. So I'm gonna go get my gear and then come back and get the coins that I left inside that area. So since I don't have my crossbow to pull the weepers away, I'm going to have to use the grenades that I picked up. So I'm just going to throw the grenade out there. They should wander out there. These 2 can be a little iffy sometimes. If that happens, where one of them gets stuck or whatever, just wait for them to reset and then throw another grenade and try to pull them out again.
come back here?
Hard to say, but we should watch the streets. We'll see him from the rooftops.
All right. If nothing else, we can cut him off at the market.
He can't get through the rail station without the key.
This one is resourceful. We'll find a way.
So there's going to be a couple of Weepers here under me. The first two that you encounter are a little bit of RNG. So in this instance, I've got one looking to the right and one that was walking away to the left. That can happen. Obviously, you see it here. However, the one that's walking away can also be at the bottom walking up. And the one that was looking to the right can also be on the right, kind of looking towards the left. So there's different iterations of how these two enemies will be through the area. Obviously, I can't show you all of those, but really it's just taking them out in whatever way makes sense given where they spawn at. For the last Weeper here, I'm basically just going to sit here and wait until I see him. This time I didn't have to. He was just right there in my line of sight. Usually that's not the case. Usually he's somewhere else, hidden from sight. You just kind of wait for him on the chain while you're hanging there to walk out, and then you can decide how to approach him. Okay, so we're going to use the pistol here to take out the river crust, and the reason for that is I want to conserve as much crossbow ammo as I can. In this section, I don't have to worry about enemies hearing me shoot, so it just makes sense to use this ammo since in most of the game I can't use the gun anyways because it pulls too much attention. Okay, so now that we've got everything here, I need to head back up to the top and I need to get out of this area and go back for the coins I mentioned earlier now that I have my gear. There are two ways you can do this. You can either open this hatch or you can climb out through the roof. Depending on which way you do this will change where the enemies will be when you go out. So when you open the door, one of the assassins will walk straight out like this and then walk to you, which makes it very, very simple to take this first one out. If you don't do it this way and you go out through the skyline like I came in, then what'll happen is that guy will be on the rooftop of a building at about your 10 o'clock when you come out of that area. And so it doesn't necessarily make it harder. It just takes a little bit longer to take him out over there versus where I just took him out. So I highly suggest doing what I did there and making it a little bit easier and a little bit faster. All right, so this is probably the hardest thing to do no damage in the entire game, simply because these fish can glitch through this barrier and come out here and bite you. So the most consistent way that I found to deal with them was to kind of swim to the barrier. They'll kind of stop at the barrier, and then if you go back far enough, you should be able to shoot one or two of them if they're in the right position. If they're not, then what you want to do is you want to look to get them stuck in a place that's not on top of the line you're going to blink through. So then you're able to blink through and then blink up, and then they should still be where they were because they weren't able to actually get to you when you blinked through. And then you can take them out like I just did with this one. But this is very, very difficult. I know most people watching this are not going to be trying to no damage the game, but if for whatever reason you are, I highly suggest making a save here and really practicing this section, because there's a lot of different things that can go wrong. The fish are very inconsistent and they behave very inconsistently from playthrough to playthrough to playthrough. So you have to like get a good feel of when they're doing something, what that means, and then how you respond to it. So it can be very difficult. If you're not doing a no damage run playthrough, you know, just swim, blink through there, swim, go to the other side, shoot them with your crossbow, and keep going. Okay, so for this area, there's some coins that I need to get here on the left side of this area. And unfortunately, I get the very, very bad RNG where one of the Weepers sits down directly looking in my direction. So sometimes he'll move from that spot, sometimes he won't. I decide, just screw it. I'm going to shoot over to the right and make them leave so that I can get what I need to get. Just keep in mind that if you do that, it can potentially pull the other two that are on the other side of this area. And so you need to get in and out really quickly, which you can see back there. It did pull them over. So you just want to make sure you get your stuff, get out really, really fast so that the ones walking towards you won't have the ability to spot you. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to kill all these river crusts. But before I can go down there and collect the coins, I need to make sure it doesn't pull the Reapers. I would say it's kind of like a 50-50 shot. Half the time you'll throw that, they'll hear the explosion and they'll walk down. And it can be either the two in the back or the two that are going to be here to my left. So what I like to do is just verify. Just go over and look at them. So I see this guy's walking and he might be going there, but then he turns to go down the stairs. So I know that he's not going to where the explosion occurred. So at that point, I was able to verify all four of them are not coming to investigate. And then it's safe for me to go down and do what I need to do.
I do not understand. Corvo's weaponry is of great quality. You're geared for field work.
I have a job tonight.
What's the delay?
I am gate-bound, not river-bound.
And Dowd holds the key to the tunnel and is asked not to be disturbed. Is that it?
Correct.
This prisoner we took, the bodyguard who was with the Empress, seems to trouble him gravely.
Yes. I feel that we've reached a turning point tonight.
Yes. Good luck on your assignment when you're permitted to leave.
For your next trial, you must move unseen. Stay in shadow and avoid the light. Cross to the other side of the room without attracting notice. Very good. I did not see you approach. Now, attempt a transversal. Do not focus on your destination with your eyes. That is folly and will limit the potential of the power. You know the layout of the room. Instead, focus on where you wish to be standing, and it will be so. Excellent. We have no more to teach you for now. Return to your place of rest. Your real work with us begins tomorrow night.
Master. Corvo's vanished from confinement from the whole area, and the men on duty swear they saw absolutely nothing.
Okay, so as I go into this area with Dowd, everything that you're going to see me do here is very scripted, meaning it happens the same way every time. There is a component of speed to it, though. So what you see me do here, if you copy, you'll be successful, but you have to do it the way that I do it. Otherwise, you're going to take too long and you're likely going to get caught. So just make sure that as you watch what I do, you realize you cannot stay down on the ground forever. You need to get down, do what I do, get out on both the guy on the left and on Dowd to get the items you need.
You small, worried man. You'll never know how many times I've thought about trying to get close to you again. Just to put a piece of sharp metal in your eye. But now there's no need. You've been taken down by the same apparatus that gave you life to begin with. Laws and courtrooms and the mighty swell of public outrage. Good riddance to you, sir. So many schemes you had, and so many contracts. How many people did I kill for you? None like the last. None like her. I'd give back all the coin if I could. No one should have to kill an empress.
Alright, so as we come out of the tunnel, we're going to take a right, and I need to go down here to get the bone charm. I'm going to teleport up to the top of this thing just so that I'm completely safe from the rat swarm down here. Now this can be a little hard and a little tricky with grenades. So this is where if you can't get the grenade just right like I did there, which was mostly luck, but if you can't get it to work, just swap over to incendiary bolts and just start shooting them with the incendiary rounds, and you'll kill enough of them eventually that the swarm will go away, and then you can safely go down for the bone charm.
first item, I see the barrier is completed. Although I don't see what took so long.
It's the ladder. Crawling up out of the canal. Gutting another one. How many times have I specified? Holy gas on the drop.
Why you get
What's going on? Now they're saying they have legions on the way themselves.
Okay, great, smart guy. And what do we do when we hit the wall of Blackwood Short Gate? We'll be fried.
Worry about that when we get there. I don't hear you.
Shoot their lights, and they'll go off to hunt Lake. We can slip right past.
So I think my timing was off a bit here. Usually I don't have this problem of one of the tall boys pathing towards me while I'm making my way to the stairs. So that caught me off guard a little bit, but as you can see, I just backed all the way up and was hoping that that would be enough to avoid their detection.
Even if we get out of here, I'm worried.
Now, as I go in to get this key, I'm going to crouch down and just edge forward. If you don't want to get drawn into the conversation there for the optional side quest, make sure that you do that. That way you can avoid that dialogue and having to skip through that.
They could really help. Just get me out.
They're twice as good as I am. When the zapper goes down, they'll come for me.
They won't rescue us while it's on.
They're good. Not crazy. Pass me by. All the others.
Get back. What the hell are you? You so... Going so soon? I thought you'd never leave.
Okay, so the first thing I need to grab here is kind of hidden behind a bunch of weepers. So what you're going to see here is I'm going to get some high ground above them. And then I'm going to use the crossbow to pull them away, grab what I need, and then use the crossbow to pull them back. It's very important that you pull them back here, otherwise you won't have a safe avenue to move forward through. Alright, so for the remainder of the sewer, pretty much anytime we have any river crusts, we're just going to be throwing the sticky grenades at them. It's as simple as just knowing where they are, taking the right cover, and then throwing the sticky grenade. There will be one or two left here and there, and we'll just use either the gun or the crossbow to finish them off. Alright, so for the section here with Granny Rags and Slackjaw, I choose to just run up the left side here. You're going to see this in a second where the game's going to kind of bug a bit. I don't know if that's because I'm not interacting with Granny Rags or Slackjaw for the quest first, or if I'm doing this too quickly. But what you want to do is you want to get right on the edge here. You want to put the cameo in, shut it, and move around to the right, and then kind of peek out. And what'll happen is when the cameo explodes, she'll get staggered backwards, and right as that happens, you can sleep her, and she won't be able to see you. However, you get this huge like fog thing that now will be stuck on for the remainder of the level. And I don't know if that's a bug because I took Granny Rags out too fast, or if that's a bug because I didn't talk to Slackjaw. I don't know. I do know that in the journal, it will sit there as incomplete. So I'm leaning more towards it's a... However, the good news is I don't need to complete that quest for anything. All I need to do is save and then talk to Slackjaw to get his 600 coins. So ultimately, it doesn't mess anything up. It's just kind of annoying when it happens because now I have to go through the rest of the level being able to not see as well as I should because all of this fog and haze is persistent until I get to the Hound's Pit pub.
wouldn't come no closer.
Leave me be.
I ain't been feeling too well.
What
I've
will I
been passed
do?
that by. All the others are down with the sickness.
Okay, so after I blow up the river crest here, I'm going to take out the last one that's on the left, and then I want to make sure that I'm looking in the water for the fish. The fish can get blown up by the grenade, but if not, I need to find it and kill it before I jump in the water for the final bone charm. All right, so for the pub mission, you're going to see this in this mission and the last one, where I'm now going to change into more of a speedrunning approach, where we're just going through as quick as we can. The reason for that is because this level and the next one are going to have multiple sections where speed is going to give you an advantage of getting ahead and through certain patrols and areas. So what I want to do right now is I want to get up here, get through the mission to take all these enemies out non-lethally as quickly as I can. That way they don't deviate too far from their starting default positions. Because at this point, I've done this so much and I've practiced so much that I know exactly where they're going to be if I do this as quick as I normally do. And so what that does is it allows me to not have to search around the whole map trying to find, I don't know, one or two of the coin pouches randomly laying somewhere along their pathing point. It makes it very consistent. I know that if I do this as quick as I do, then this pouch will be here, that pouch will be there, etc. So highly suggest that if you're going through this and you want to do it the way I do it, really stick to how I do it, because then those pouches will always be in the locations that you see them at.
As when this arc pylon is charged, so don't dare come near us.
Simply amazing. It functioned beyond my greatest expectations. It defies description. A device like this will ensure Dunwall's security for a century.
Attention Dunwall citizens. Hiram Burroughs, formerly the Lord Regent, has confessed to heinous crimes against the people of Dunwall. He shall be confined to the Coldridge prison until the proper authorities decide his sentence.
We once discussed a system of signals to be used in Emily's tower for communication across the river. I wonder if he remembers that. I'll do what you want, but ask quickly.
Corvo, I can't believe you're alive. They killed everyone, Corvo. They killed everyone to cover it all up. Then they took Emily with them and they left. I couldn't do anything to protect her. Please find her. Make her safe.
Thought I'd find you here. Never pays to bet against you, does it? I saw the signal. I knew you'd be back, Corvo. I knew it. We'll need to get out of here soon. The Admiral controls the military now, Martin's High Overseer, and Pendleton's in favor with the aristocracy and Parliament. They need Emily, of course. But if Havelock senses that it's all about to fall down around him, who knows what he's liable to do. Good. Then it's one more trip across the river to where it meets the sea. That's where the Lord Regent was building his new lighthouse. Ought to be something to see. This is it, sir. I suspect Havelock Martin and Lord Pendleton landed there a while ago and went into the lighthouse. Knowing them, they're not giving up without a fight. I remember hearing the Admiral and Martin talking about this place as where they'd hold up if they had to. Anybody going in has to breach the fort and the gatehouse, and then there's only one way to the top. All I can say is that it's been a pleasure serving with you. Maybe after all this is settled, we'll see each other again.
All right, final mission time. So, as soon as I'm able to control Corvo, really before, I'm smashing the blink button. I'm smashing the teleport forward. We need to get up this beach and over kind of slightly to the right and just keep going up as fast as we can to not only avoid the patrol that's there, but also the tower that's in the middle of the beach. As you come in here, the vast majority of the time, the soldier will be patrolling away from you on the left. The timing window here is going to be a little tight. It's much easier to do this when he's walking from left to right versus the opposite direction like he is. Because once he gets kind of to the top of the stairs, he's going to turn around. So I need to do this fairly quick. Now, inside of this generator room, it really depends on the game, what you end up dealing with here. I would say everything up to this point is fairly consistent. These two enemies usually are not always going to be in the exact same patrol path when you come in here. Sometimes they'll be closer, sometimes they'll be further away, sometimes it'll be one, sometimes two. It kind of just depends. It looks like I got here way early in their cycle, which kind of threw me off guard. So I was like, I'm not sure what I should do here. I couldn't remember because I think it had been a while since I had been to the end of the game. But yeah, I was able to kind of just go right by and ignore them, which was luck. Usually I have to take out both of them. So If they're in your way, you just sleep dart them. It's not a big deal. You have more than enough sleep darts to handle what you need to in this level. If you bought everything before you came into it. As we go up the chain here, I want to get off early and I want to spot where this soldier is in his patrol path. He just walks back and forth, but you only want to move when he's walking kind of away from you. And so I'm just going to wait for him to do the same thing again. He'll walk towards me and then turn and walk towards the rail. And that'll give me my opportunity to sneak by. And then now I can go and do all the other stuff I have to do. Now, as long as you're fast enough, everything that I'm about to do here will happen consistently, with the exception of one conversation. I'll point it out when I come back. But there's a conversation between the guard that I just moved past right there on my left and another guard that can potentially happen. And if it does, it can slow you down if you wait to get those coins I just got later. So that's one of the reasons why I get it early, so I can skip that conversation and don't have to wait. So this was an interesting part because in every run that I had ever done before this and in every practice session I had done for this spot before, the soldier on the stairs never saw me, ever. Never went like alert like that. So this caught me off guard. I wasn't really sure what to do. So I backed up. Thankfully, he didn't go to 3 because if he did, then my run is dead, right? But he didn't go to 3, and then I realized he was stuck. So I backed off out of line of sight, and that unstuck him. Really, really weird. I've never, ever had that happen except for this run, so it was interesting that I was able to get that recorded. And so at this point, pretty much the run is over. That's really, you know, getting into this cable car or elevator or whatever is really the hard part. There are enemies up here, but we're going to bypass all of them in the way that I move up the structure. We're going to get on top of the structure and just basically bypass everything. We're going to sleep our target and then save Emily, and then we're done. So that's what you're going to see here. There's really nothing else to it.
Remember when this was just a dream?
And with that button press, the run is complete. So if you've stuck with me to this point, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. I hope this no damage run was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, consider subscribing to the channel for more, and don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. If you'd like to interact with me or the community, be sure to join the Discord. The link for that and all of my socials are in the description section below. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one.
You watched and listened when other men would have shouted in rage. You held back instead of striking. So it is, with the passing of the plague and Emily's ascension, comes a golden age, brought about by your hand. And decades hence, when your hair turns white and you pass from this world, Empress Emily, Emily the Wise, at the height of her power, will lay your body down within her mother's great tomb, because you are more to her than royal protector. Farewell, Corvo.